So let's do a walk around. So this is the home page. As you can see here, if you click on home, you will also come here. About us is going to look like this. You have products. Right now you cannot add any because for this you need to log in. You cannot even buy because for that also you need to log in. Now we have a contact us page. You can send us a message using this send message. When you log in, you can try to log in, as I can try right now. Hello guys, welcome to my channel. So today we are going to work on a simple web application which is going to be on e-commerce web application. So here we are going to try to build everything in a simpler way. So I will try to build it in as simple way as possible. So this is going to be completely for beginners. So if you are a beginner, if you are working on Spring Boot Java, then this is for you. So before we actually work on this project, if you are new to my channel, if you haven't yet subscribed to my channel yet, please do. I see that a lot of people are watching my videos but not yet subscribing, so please do that. Now let's work on the code. Alright, so first thing first is that we need to generate our project. So you can always use Spring Initializer for that. So here we have everything as default. So let's give it a name. So I will go with simple e-commerce app. Now to add dependencies, what do we need? So first thing first is that we are going to use Spring Web. Then we are going to go with Thymeleaf for our HTML pages. Then we require JPA. And what else? We need DevTools for live reload. We need validation for validation, of course. What else? Now we need a database driver, so I'm going to go with Postgre here. So Postgresql driver, right? So this looks good, so just generate. You will get a zip of this, so just extract and import it into your favorite IDE. That's it. So I'm going to go with Eclipse today, so let's quickly do that. So file, import existing Maven projects, browse simple e-commerce app, select finish. So it will take some time to import your Maven dependencies depending on the internet connection. So right now it is downloading for me. Alright, so the project is here with us. So we have this structure. So we don't have anything, we just have our main application class, and we have everything here in JRE. So we are using Java 17. Then we have Maven dependencies, whatever we have provided. So it's pretty much simple. Now let's understand what we are going to build here and what actually do we need to make this application working. So let's talk about the architecture here. So basically this e-commerce web app is going to be divided into three things. So we are going to have orders. Now for ordering you need products. So whatever you want to order, you can choose through your listed products. And what do you need? You need users, right? Now these are the three things that we need basically, but another thing is that I will also use admin. So this admin basically is going to make changes over the application like the user doesn't have. So it is going to have an admin role. So depending on this, we are going to have roles basically. So one role is your admin, another one is a simple user. So these two are your roles. Now depending on these, we will play around like what access do they have, but our main structure is going to be underlined between orders, products and users. So we will have controllers, and we will have entities, which is your tables basically in a database. You will have services, and similarly you will have repos. So you will have controllers for order, products, user, along with admin. And then you will also have home controller, which is for navigation basically. So this is your home page, for which I will have home controller here. Then for entities, you will have orders, products, users, and then your admin, right? For services, same, repos same as controller. So this is the basic structure that we have. Now let's work on the code and let's play around with it. Now let's make changes to our application.properties. So here what do we need is basically you need your database configuration. So Spring provides us data source with which I can provide the set of properties, and SpringBoot will handle the data source initialization for me. So with this, whenever I provide entity classes, SpringBoot will handle the creation of new tables in the database by itself. I don't have to bother about creating new tables there in the database. I can just sit here, create those classes and run the application. That's it. So here to create this data source configuration, you need few properties like spring.datasource.url. Let me copy this. You need username, you need password, and then you need driver class name. So with this URL, I want to say that I want to use JDBC connectivity. I want to use Postgresql. Then I will specify where my database is going to exist. So it's going to be localhost. I'm going to go with the default port of Postgresql. You can change it. That's up to you. Then your database name. So simple e-commerce app. Same as the project name. So the default username for me is Postgresql. I didn't modify it. The password for me is password, which I provided while installing Postgresql. Now for this, I'm going to go with org.postgres. Let me check what was it. So Maven dependencies, Postgresql, and then the very first, this one. So if you're hearing sounds, that's my dog, so don't mind him. Alright, so this is the data, the driver class name. Now I need one more property, and this is for JPA. So this property is for so let's say I have created the database. Now every time I'm rerunning the application, I don't want my existing data in the tables to be overridden by the new set of data. So that's why I'm using update here, which means that update the existing entries with the new entries, don't overwrite them. But if here I had create, this is going to override everything whatever you had in the database before when you ran this application, right? So I'm going to go with update here and save this. Now what do we need is we need to create this database in our Postgresql. So let's do that. Now I'm going to go with servers, provide the password, logged in, and then I'll just create new database with this name and save. So now I have my database here, which is this one, the last one. Right now I don't have any tables. If you see here in tables, everything is going to be empty. There isn't anything, right? Now let's start with the tables first. So let's create a class basically along with the package. So entity, let's start with order. So I'm going to annotate this with entity first because I want to make it an entity. Then I'll use table annotation as I want to change the name of this to orders. Now I need few set of columns here. So first and foremost thing is going to be ID, which is your primary key basically. Then I need price, quantity, and then I need date as in your order date. Then I need amount as in order amount. Now this is going to be your primary key, that's why ID notation. Now I want the primary key to be auto generated whenever we are entering a new order. So I'll use a generation strategy here. So generated value strategy equals to generation type dot identity. These all are your columns and we don't have to specify them with any annotation. That's okay. Now this order is going to be linked with user class as in user table, so that's why we are going to have a mapping here. So private user and let's create a new class here. So this is going to be an entity class, entity package, finish, and we have the class with us. Now let's assign the mapping. So this is going to be many to one, as in a user can have many orders. Now I need a join column for this relationship, and the name that I'm going to go with is user ID. Alright, now let's generate the setters and getters. So alright, so we are good with our order class. Now let's come back to user. So this is going to be an entity, first thing first. Then this name, so this name is going to collide with the existing user class, so that's why I need to give it another name, or I can bypass this. So name equals to users. If you wanted to bypass it, in that case you might have to do something like this. In that case it will work, right? But I want to use users here. Now here again I am going to have primary key, that is a must for every entity class. Now here we are going to have name, email, and password. Now we will also have that mapping that we just defined in order class. So this is going to be one to many. So orders. Now here I need few properties. So first is going to be your mapped by. So here I'll provide user, which is your this. Then I need cascading. So we already knew that it is going to be one to many. Now mapped by is that how you are actually mapping this relationship. So that's how you defined it using user. Now talking about cascading, basically, so cascade attributes specifies operations to be cascaded from the user entity to order entity, right? So cascade type.all means that all persistence operations, which basically is persist, merge, remove, refresh, detach. So these all operations, if performed on a user, will be applied to orders as well. So that is what cascading means here. Now we are done with everything. We can just generate setters and getters here, and we are good. Now let's create product entity as well. So new class, so entity table, name equals to products. Let me copy the primary key one. So these lines are going to be constant. Then I need, okay, let me copy from here as well. So name is going to be there, name, price, and description. So price is going to be double, and then I can generate setters and getters. Alright, so good enough. Now let's create admin entity as well. So here I'm creating a separate table for entity, for admin actually, so which is going to make my life easier. So that's why I'm doing that. Otherwise you can handle it in user class as well. Just define another column for role. That is how you can also handle it. But again, the motive here is to keep this application simple. That's why I'm creating a new entity itself. So entity table, name is going to be admins. Copy this line. Now here we need a lot of things. So first is name, email, password. So this is exactly similar to what you had in user class as well, if you see here, right? So a separate class, that's it. Now for password, I'm going to go with default here, so I'll just use value orientation here, and the value is going to be 123 QWERTY. Alright, and this is going to be the password for every admin user, right? So I'm not creating separate password access for anyone, so keeping it simple. Now let's generate setters and getters. So generate getters and setters, select all, voila. So admin is done as well. Now let's work on repositories. So new interface and new package as well. So repo, let's start with admin repo first. So you can annotate this with repository annotation, but it's completely optional. It's not a hard and fast rule, but it's always a good practice. Now I want to implement JPA repository here, that's why I'm using JPA here. So it's going to be extends JPA repository, and here I'll say admin, and ID is long. Now here I need another method other than what has been provided to us using JPA repository. So public admin find by email, string email. Alright, let's close everything up. Now let's copy this, paste it, let's name it user repo. So here also everything is going to be same. The only difference is that we are going to use user here. That's it. And let's copy again, paste again. Product repo. So here it's going to be product. Also here instead of find by email, it's going to be find by name. And here let's say name. Okay, also here we need to make changes. So product, here it's going to be user, and here we have admin. Alright, now for the last one, which is your order. So paste order repo. Okay, this is the order repo. Here it's going to be order, and here also it is going to be find by name. And here we will say order. Alright, so we are done with repos. Let's close all of them. Now let's work on our services. So new class. So we are going to create a new package. So service, and here inside that we'll go with admin service. Alrighty, now this is a service, so let's annotate this with service. Here what do we need? So here what do we need is, first we will initialize the admin repo here. So admin repo, and we will auto wire this for initialization. So we are good here. Now we need few methods. So first is going to be public list admin get all admin. So here we have method from repo that is find all. Now here we have, and we will simply just return this, and we are done with our first method. Now we need public admin get admin by ID. So here we require ID. So here things get tricky a bit. So here we will use find by ID. So this find by ID basically produces an optional. So here what do you do? So if it is not able to find, in that case I will throw an exception. New runtime exception. And here I will say admin with ID not found. And then I'll simply return this and format it a bit. Alright, now we will have a method update admin. So here we will receive the admin object along with ID. So first thing is that we need to find if this ID is existing in the database or not. So that's why I'm going to use this method. So if it is able to find, then it's okay, but if it is not able to find, in that case I'll throw an exception, and then I'll use admin repo to save this admin object that we just got. So I think we can remove this because this we can also fetch from admin class itself, admin object. So get ID like this. Right, now it makes more sense. Now let's create another method which is going to be void also, which is delete admin. Here we require an ID, so long ID. Here also we will do the same thing. We should first figure out if it is there in the database or not, as in this ID. So instead of admin.getID, we are doing ID, and then we will simply do admin repo dot delete by ID and ID. That's it. Now last thing is for validation of this user. So when we want to make changes using this admin role, we want to verify if this role has the required privileges or required credentials, right? So for credentials, we are going to verify if it is having the same password as in the database. So private void verify credentials. So here we will get email and password. Now here comes the role of your admin repo method that we just created, this one, find by email. So here we will get the email, get the admin using this email. So let's do admin repo dot get dot find by email and email. So this will get view an admin object. Now we just need to verify. If the password in the database matches with the password provided to us. If yes, in that case we will return true, otherwise false. Alright, so these should not be private rather than public. So now we are done with admin service. Now similarly, let's work on other services. So let's start with your user service. So for this, I'm going to go with the same set of methods that we have in admin services. So let's copy a whole lot of things. So first is service annotation, then let's copy these methods. I'll make modifications, so just hold on to that. Now here I need user repo here. Alrighty, now here let's replace admin repo with user repo, and then let's replace admin here with user. So let's do replace all, close. Alright, so we have get all user, with which we are finding all. With this we have user with ID not found. With this user not found. Yep. Delete is good. Verify credentials is also good. Now here one more thing that we did not have in admin is that we did not have create new admin, but here we will have create new user, because we don't want to create a whole lot of admins. The admin entry we are going to do manually in the database in the first run itself, but for users we want to do it through the GUI interface as in your web application. So that's why we will have another one here. So public void create user so here we will simply have user repo dot save user. Now here if you notice that we have same method for save. Now we could have used single method for these two functionality, as in let's say if you couldn't find any user with this ID, then just create it, right? So using if else condition we could have handled it, but again I'm trying to keep it simple, so that's why you have this service class which looks exactly similar to admin service, nothing new rather than this simple thing. Now let's similarly create our two more services. So paste, give it name product service, and then paste, give it name order service. Alright, now let's come to product service. So this is going to use product repo. Oops. Now here let's replace user with product. Alright, so this is going to be your product. So let me copy this, paste it everywhere. So we don't need verify credentials here, there is no need for this. So we have get all products, get product by ID, we have create product, update product, and then we have delete product, and we are done. Now let's work on order service. So first thing first, replace user with order, replace all, and order repo, and we can remove this. Now one thing that I forgot to make change to is this is not find by name, this is going to be find by user, and here we are going to use user because I want to find all the orders placed by an user. So that is that. Alright, so we are done with services, we are done with repo, we are done with entities. Now what is left is your controllers. So let's work on those. So first is your admin controller. Let's close everything up. First thing first is that to annotate this with controller. Okay, one thing that I missed is that I thought that I would handle the initialization. So I thought that I should handle the admin login as in admin registration using database only, but I think it will make more sense if I use the add method here, similar to what we have in user service. So I'll just use this in admin service as well. Right, now what do we need here is we need mappings basically. So we need few mappings to invoke basically your methods here, whatever you have. These methods are going to be used here in your controller, and the mappings are going to be similar to what we have here, right? So let's work on that. So first thing that we need admin service instance here. So private admin service. So let's auto-wire this. So first mapping is going to be your verify credentials that we have in admin service. So this is going to be a get mapping. So here we will have a model attribute, which we'll talk about later, and then model. So model attribute we will talk about later, but basically this model attribute helps you to pass on the data using this model attribute. So we have passed this admin object, that is why you are getting here. So this is basically going to be validated inside this method. Model is to use basically as a mediator between your view and controller, right? Now I will use admin service here. Dot verify credentials. So here we need email and password. So admin dot get email, admin dot get password. So if verification is successful, in that case I want to redirect to another mapping, which is your basically admin home page or dashboard kind of a thing, right? Otherwise I'll use model add attribute. Here I want to print an error. Invalid email or password. And then I will return to login page like this, right? So this login page we will create later. So for now, this is what we have for verification. Now let's work on our mapping, which is your basically dashboard for admin. So public string admin home page. So here also we'll use model. So the mapping is going to be admin home. Let's copy this and pass it here. So this is going to return admin home page. Now what do we want to display here in this home page basically? So I want to display list of users which we have in the website, list of admins, list of products, list of orders, so everything. So that's why I also need user service. Similarly, I need order service. then I need product service, alright. Now we will get every list of users and display it here. So how do we do that basically? So let me tell you. So we have admin service with us. We will do get all admin. Similarly, we will use user service dot get all user, order service dot get all order, and then similarly product service dot get all product. Right now, this all piece of information we want to display in our home page, so we will do model dot add attribute. So this is your admin list. So here you will provide this basically, and similarly I'll copy this for the rest. So this is going to be user list, order list, product list, right? Let's cut this, paste it here, cut this, paste it here. Now we need few mappings more, like public string create admin. So this is going to be very simple. Get mapping, and here we will say add admin. Let's verify credentials. Okay, this looks more elegant. Alright, so this is going to return the page. That's it. Add admin, right? Now similarly we will have post mapping for this. Here we will get admin object, and here instead of admin we will redirect to admin home once we are done saving. So for saving we will use admin service dot, what do we have, create user, so admin. Now similarly we will have for update and then for delete. So public string update admin. So this is going to be a get mapping. So here we need a path variable, and we don't need admin here, we need model. Right, so first thing first is that we need to find this admin object from the database using this long ID and return it back to the admin page as an update admin page. So model dot add attribute, this is going to be admin service dot find get admin by ID. Right, now we will return the page for this update admin. Now we will have post mapping for this. So public string update admin. Here we will need admin object. So here we need post mapping. Update admin, and here we will simply do admin service dot update admin, and we will return to admin home. So these update operations we can do only through your admin home page, and same goes for your delete operation. So if you are not logged in, then you cannot do it. So that's that. Public string delete admin, path variable long id, delete mapping, delete admin and id, admin service dot delete admin long id, and then we will return this. Alright, so for now we are done with admin controller. Now let's work on our user controller. So first thing first is that we need to annotate this with controller. That is a must. Now here we need user service instance. Auto-wire this. Alrighty. Now we need mappings here. So first thing first is that you are going to have add user mapping. So this is your get mapping. Similarly we will have post mapping as well. So here we just need to return the page, add user. That's it. Now for post mapping, so here we need user object. So user, and here in this case we will use user service to call the method create, I think, yeah, create user. And once this is done, in that case we need to redirect to the home page. Now here we will use the same login page which we had in admin controller. So this login page is going to be common to your admin as well as user. So when you are done registering yourself, in that case you can try to log in using those credentials which you have provided during registration, right? So this is that. Now for updating user, we similarly had update admin page. So what I will do is, because these admin and user are going to have same attributes, so I'm going to use the same page here with admin username, and this I'm going to use similarly in in user controller as well. So yeah, common things. Also, one thing that I want to point out is that because we are going to use same mappings here, right? So update user ID and update admin ID. So it only has user and admin as the difference. So if you want multiple mappings, you can also have that like this, and in that case you don't have to define methods in two different controllers. You can define it in a same controller, but it will make more sense to have a separate mapping in separate controller. if you want to browse through, if you want to maintain simplicity. That's the reason. Otherwise this works fine, right? So let's keep it simple. So here we have user, here also we need update user, and here we need user service, and we don't have this method. We have get user by ID, and this will work, and we will call out update user. So we keep name user here because admin is also an user, so that's why. Here we are going to go with update user again, and here let's do user. Let's remove everything from here. User service dot alright, so this will update the user. Now where do we want to go after we are done with updation? So what we are doing here is, see here, so this get mapping basically is going to be on a particular user, but who can actually edit it? It should only be accessible by admin. So does it make sense to keep it in user controller? No, it does not, because this is going to be accessible by admin only, right? So you have two choices here. You can either use it in admin controller or in user controller. For now I'm going to go with user controller, but yeah, you can keep it in admin controller as well, because these mappings will only be hit through your admin pages, right? So when you click on update user, this, and here we need to go to admin home only, because we are at admin here, right? So that's why it is making more sense to keep it in admin controller, but here we can also keep it, right? So we are done with update user. Now we can also delete user. Again, this is going to be through admin only. So public string delete user, this is going to be our delete mapping. Delete user. We need path variable long ID, and then we need to call user service dot delete user ID, and again we will return to admin home. Alright, so we are done with admin controller, user controller. Now let's move on to order controller. Now similarly we will have controller annotation here. We will have an instance of order service. Let's auto wire this. Alright, so the first mapping that we are going to have is your place order. So for now I'm not going to have delete, update, order methods here. To maintain simplicity, I'm going to only have two methods here in order controller, right? So place order is the first one. So here you will get an order, and then we need model to communicate with view. So here we need to place an order depending on the quantity and depending on price. So let's say if a product is priced at 10 rupees and you are ordering 10 quantity, in that case the total amount of that order is going to be 100, right? So we need to produce that logic as well. So this is simple, it's not much basically. So here what we have to do, we need the price as well as quantity details from this order. So price is going to be order dot get price, and then order dot get quantity. So that's your total amount. So let's change this to total amount. Now in order, basically you need to set this like this. Okay, now the problem arises here. So in order you need to set user as well, but in order controller there is no way of knowing which order is actually placing this order. So I will do one thing here. So I'll just remove it from here and go to admin controller. I'll tell you why I'm doing this. So here we will also have a user login controller, so here also we will have a user login mapping. So let me create that, with that it will make more sense. So public string user login. So this is going to be a get mapping. User. So first we will validate the user. So user service dot verify credentials, and credentials we will get from user object. So this is similar to what we did in admin itself. So if I scroll up or down, maybe you will see that. So if you see here, we did something like this also. So if user is verified, then I'll create a user variable. So this is going to be a global user variable. Now I will get the complete user object, user service dot get user. So now I don't have a method here to fetch the user through email. So if you remember, in user repo we have a method find by email, but we haven't actually created it in our service. So let's create that. Public user string email. Alright, now come back here, get user. Okay, I don't see this method here. So it's public, it should be visible. Okay, it's find, not get. That's why. So user dot get email. So now I have the entire object, which will also have ID, email and password. So one additional stuff, right? So now I can use it to set user here like this. All right, now when we are logging, so we should do more things as well. Like, what does user do when we actually log in? We see all the products, right? So I want to show products if he is able to log in successfully. So I will return the page product page. Now I want to display products here as well. So all the products list, we are not going to bombard user with it. I'll provide a search button basically on this product page, through which a user can search the product. He will not see all the products, he can search the project, a specific product, right? So what I want to display here is the items which he has already added into his list. So that I want to display. So for this, again there is method find by user. So this will find all the orders placed by a certain user, but again we didn't use it here in service. So public So here we are going to get user order report dot find by user. Okay, so this should be list user. Alrighty, let's save this. So here we will do model dot attribute and orders list and user. So this should be order service dot find. Alright, now if the credentials are not correct, in that case I want to go back to login page. So this. Alright, now coming back to order. So what else is left in order? So we have date. Date is missing as well. So let's set date, order dot set date. Now we just need to set save this using order service dot create order. Now for successful placement of this order, I want to provide another page. So for this I need again model attribute so I will use this amount to display in the page. So total amount and the page is order status. Alright, now I was saying that this product page will have a search button on which I can search a specific product, right? Otherwise, the good thing is that you can display all the orders, all the products in a pagination format. Once you click on add button on a product, it should be added to the cart basically. So this is obvious functionality which we see in e-commerce website, but currently we are trying to keep it simple. So we maybe if you want you can enhance it, but for now keeping it simple. Now this product page will have a mapping. Basically when you click on that search button, you will be redirected to a mapping which will fetch the result based on what you have typed in the text window, in the text field basically, right? So let's do that. So that should be in your product controller. So let's create that quickly. Also, I hope you understood this, basically why we did this. So whoever is logged in right now, I want to make note of that, and then I'll use that user only to place order, right? Okay, so I'll use this. Now here the mapping is product So this is going to be a post mapping. So this is going to be a get mapping, and here we'll say product search. Now here you will get product name Now here one thing to notice that we will not check for contains, we will check for the exact name. So you need to know about the exact name. You can also check for containing if let's say that product name is test product, right? And if you just typed test, then in that case you will see that option, but I want to match the exact name. So yeah, so that's that. So in product we have find by name, but in product service we don't have it. So let's quickly do that. I know it looks like a big hodgepodge, but it's not. If you just work on it, then you will see it is a lot easier than it looks. Or maybe I am complicating things. Okay, why do we have error here? So I do have return statement here. Why am I getting an error? Okay, so it was not saved, that's why. Okay, now coming back to controller. So find product by name. Now, like I said, we are checking for the containing, we are checking for the equality. So in that case, there is a possibility that you will see this product as null. So if product not equals to null, then you found it. So this query basically checks for equality, right? That's why. So let's talk about if it is null basically. In that case, we will pass on. Okay, I think I imported wrong model. Attribute. So here we want to produce the error in the page. Sorry, product is not found. Now again we will so when we want to place this error, we will go to this product page again with this information, right? So we need user again in that case. Okay, so in that case we need to place it here in the admin controller. So user we already have. We only need this. Alright, now if it is not equals to null, we have found the product which we want to showcase in the page. So again we need to display this page. Now what do we want to display here? So here we want to display two things. One is this. Another one is product that you just found. Alright, so we are done with this. So this page, product page, is all set. Alright, now we need add product and update product mapping basically. So this is going to be a get mapping. Now we need a post mapping. Again, this is going to be through your admin page only, so remember that this admin is doing that. Post mapping. So product service dot create product, and here we will return to the admin page, which is this. Now let's do the same step for update, and then we need delete as well. So let's first work on update. Now this update requires a path variable. And we need model here. Now before we return the update product page, I need to pass the product of this ID. So product service dot find get. Okay, don't we have this method? Okay, this get product by ID. Alright, so this we have to pass in model attribute. Okay, now for updating we will get product, and I think we have another method for update. We have this, so here we will call this update. Alright, looks good. Now we need delete mapping, so public string delete product, delete mapping, and then we will return to admin home. Alright, so looks like we are done with all the controllers. Okay, there is one more controller left. Let me close everything up. We will also have a home controller, which is for your home page. So this is going to be controller. So this home controller is basically going to be having mappings related to what you have in your navigation menu. So typically we have a home page or index page. Then you will have products, navigation menu, you will have contact, you will have about us, you will have login. So these as well you will have, right? Alright, so these are going to be your navigation menu. Did I miss anything? Okay, we missed products as well. So for product we will need product service, So if you're wondering why don't we have orders, that is only possible when you logged in, so that's why. Now model we need here, dot add attribute product list product service dot get all product. Alright, so this is your home controller. Alright, so we are done with our controllers, hopefully. Now let's work on our Thymeleaf pages, finally. Alright, so let's start with our home page first, and here we will have two mappings basically, this as well as so we are going to have these two mappings here in this home page. Alright, now to create this home page we have to go to resources, templates, new file, and homepage.html. Now for this I will use some lib text to create the HTML page. So I had this old page with me, so yeah, I'll use this and make some changes over here. So first thing is that we need to change the title to home. Then we need a navigation bar. Let me remove everything from this body. So we have this CSS, similarly we will have for JavaScript as well. So this is completely optional, but I've kept it in case we require something that uses Bootstrap JavaScript, right? Now let's go to the official documentation of Bootstrap. So this is the official documentation, getbootstrap.com, and as I said we need to use navbar. So you should see somewhere down. Okay, let me search navbar. Okay, there you go. Now what do we need is we need a simple navigation bar like this. This is your home icon basically. When you click on it you go to the home page. When you click on this also you go to the home page. Then you have a link, a drop down. This one is disabled for some reason, and then you have a search button. So I don't require the search button. I don't need even drop down. I need simple links, right? So let's scroll down, let's find some good options. Alright, so I think yeah, colors we can choose. This looks good to me. So we will use two things basically. One is the color and another one is the simple format, which we will modify from here. So let me just copy this and place it here, format this a bit. Alright, so this looks good. So let me save it and let's try to run this as well. So this is what we see here. We have this option from the Chrome, and then we have the navigation bar, which is looking exactly similar to what we saw in the getbootstrap.com official documentation. So let me club both of these two here. So it looks exactly similar, right? But we have to make some changes to it, like the brand name is going to be Ecommerce app. You can change it to any name that you prefer. So this is that. We will have home page, which will be redirected to this / or you can do home as well. So for Thymeleaf we have to make changes like this. Alright, so we are done with home. Similarly we will have other links as well. So this one is active, as in this is your basic home page, and you will use these kind of things. So let me quickly do that. So you will have products, and this is going to be again thref. So we will provide the get mapping here, but let me copy quickly. So I'll remove everything from here. So I need product, I need contact us, I need about us, and what else? I need login option, right? So let's do about us first, products, then contact us, and lastly login. Alright, so coming back to Eclipse, so we have products for, then we have contact. So let's do contact us here. Then we have login, and then we have about us. Refresh this page and we have this right now. Alright, now we don't need this search button here, so we can remove this, or what you can do is remove this login from here and put it here. So here we have input field which we can remove, and let's do login here. Now now we don't need a button here, rather we need a hyperlink. So here we will say login, and the hyperlink is going to be this. Alright, so this is going to be success, and let's remove it from here. Refresh. So here you have everything here, and then you have login button here. Right now it won't work, but yeah, you see this working fine. Now I want some spaces here, so for this I'll use a class which is me5, like this. So if I do this, then you will see space like this. Here you have space, right? So similarly I'll make those changes. So here we need that me5, and this is going to be home page again. Alright, I missed a bracket. Okay, alright, now we need to implement it to every other class. So me5, sorry, not class, list. So let's refresh, and you see proper spaces here, right? So this looks elegant. Now let's change the color because this doesn't look good. So as I was saying to you earlier, that we have to use some colors, which you will see here. So you have three options. I'll try to use this one, which looks elegant enough. So here we'll just copy this. Like this, paste here, save it, refresh, and we got, again, this is working like this, which is not good. So what went wrong? Okay, let's try this. Okay, so colors are actually not working because they are all in black color, that's why. So let me remove everything from here first. And it doesn't work, obviously. Now I'll use navbar expand LG, and you got the row here. So I'm copying this from here only, right? So now you have this, copy this, and let's see if we are able to make it work. and we are able to make it work. But this is in black color. So how do we change it? So let's do primary here. Remove body, and voila. So this is fine. I think the black one was looking better. Don't know why, but yeah, it's looking more elegant. So I'll go with this right now. Alright, so we are done with this navigation bar. Now we need something to display here. So I'm going to go with a video. So let me show you that video. So this is the video that I'm going to use. So it's a 5-second video, which is we are going to run on a loop basically. So for video, basically we are going to have a div tag. So now this is going to be a video. So a few things. This is going to autoplay, as in play on an infinite loop. So autoplay loop, right? Now I'll use mute. So there is no audio in this video, but in any case use mute here. Now we need source from where you are getting this video. So the video name is test.mp4, and I'm keeping this test.mp4 in the same place as test.html. That's why I don't need to provide the whole location here. Type is going to be video mp4. So I have my test.mp4 here and HTML here. So save this. Now let's run this. Alright, so as you can see here, the video looks good, but I need to scroll here, right? So here we need to make some changes in the styling. So for video, I'm going to go with width as 100%, height also as 100%. The only important thing is object fit cover. Actually this is also not that important, but yeah. So this makes that use the 100% capacity of the page, use the 100% capacity from the page for height, for this width. So we all have different devices, so we want to make this website as responsive, so it should take depending on the capacity of that screen size, right? Now for this object fit, so this controls how the content of that video is resized to fit the dimensions of its container when the aspect ratio of the video differs from the aspect ratio of the container, right? So this is how we use it. So here this cover ensures that the video covers the entire container, filling it completely. So the video maintains its original aspect ratio with this, right? So that's the agenda here. Now let's save this, refresh, and voila, you see it working. So it looks good, right? It looks pretty good. Now what we can do is copy this and in this homepage.html save it. Alright, now we have our home page. Similarly, we need to make all our pages work as in these links. So we need to make it, so we need to work on about us, products, contact us, right? So these 3 pages along with login. So let's go slow. Let's talk about us. So what I will do is I'll make changes here only. Here we will not have a video, so I'll remove this, and the title is going to be about us. We are going to have navigation here, so this code is going to be constant. Now one thing that we can do, so you should always have a navigation page separately, as in navbar.html separately, and append it or use it in your custom HTML pages, so that you don't have to write the same piece of code over and over again in every piece of file, right? So it's like a method that you call to fetch the functionality, but I'm going to keep it here for simplicity. for simplicity basically. Now I don't need video here, so I'll remove this as well. Now what do I need basically in About Us page? I need a card kind of a thing with which I will see a paragraph, not a paragraph, paragraphs basically about the information of my website basically. So I'll use two things here. So with this I'll generate the text for printing in the About Us section. Now for About Us, what we need to do is, alright, so I'm going to use some icons here. So for this I would need another library, which is your Bootstrap icons. So I'll use this. Now I'll use the CDN of this. Alright, so we have Bootstrap icons here. Now, so you have a whole sort of list of icons here, right? You can use any, and for CDN you can always take a look here. You can copy from here. So let me copy the latest one. Like this. Alright, now I need to use icons, but where? So let's talk about that. So we will have three sections here. So section 1 is going to be introduction. So this is kind of a header, introduction header. So what do we have here? We will put it as class intro section. So here we will have a division, class is going to be container. Now here we will use two things, header and a paragraph. So here we'll say welcome to my website, and this is going to be a class lead. I'll tell you why. Now coming to lorem ipsum. So let's copy this. Alright, so we have this here. Now let's run this. Let's see how it is looking. Okay, so it's not good at all. And the reason is we don't have these classes with us. So let's do that quickly. So here we need four things basically. We need background color, we need padding, we need text align, and we need color basically. So color is your text color. So these are the four properties that we need. Now if I save it, so it looks more good, right? So here we're using blue. I think this is not that ugly, but yeah, it's pretty much bright, but that's okay. Now if you're wondering about this, this is inspect. Let's inspect this. So here we have this lead class added. So if I remove this, then it will look like this. But if we have the lead class with us, then it will look like this. So it's lighter shade, that's why we have lead here, right? So yeah, that's that. Now talking about this rest part, we will have another section. So let's copy this 2 times. So this is going to be about us, and here the class is going to be p5. I'll explain. And here we will have a row. Inside that we will have a column, a large column. So this will not fill the whole length, as in full width of that page. It will only contain 50%. So that's why 6. So grid basically is of 12 columns basically, right? So Bootstrap works in a grid manner, so it will divide the page into 12 parts, and I'm only using 6 here. So let me copy this. So let's do about us. Now we will have another div here, again LG6. So now I'm consuming the complete 100%, and here I'll also use text center. Now comes the role of your icon. So what icon I'm going to use is this building icon. So let's copy this. So here we have three options. This is your heading, this is smaller one, this is inline, right? And this is your example link test. So you can also append it in buttons as well, but I'm going to use it like this. Alright, so this is working fine about us, but the thing is that this icon is really small. And I have added the font size, so it should work fine now. Let's refresh and voila. Now it is looking fine. Now I don't have more text here, so let's add more text here. So this entire thing. And now it looks good, right? Alright, so let's change this color. I don't like this. Okay, this is pretty bright, but it's much better than the previous one, right? Okay, so I'm going to go with this one. So we are done with this section. Now comes the third one. So let's scroll back to intro. Now if you're wondering about this py5, I forgot to tell you about it. So this is basically your padding, which is y-axis, as in your vertical, right? So padding vertically I'm giving 5, that's why you have this here. If you take a look here, this is the padding which we are seeing here, right? So this whole thing is padding 5. Now let's move on. So here again we need to have this py5. Also I will have a background color light, and here I'll have a row again. So this section is basically for the team members. So whoever are more responsible members you want to showcase on the website, you can do that using this. So I'm going to divide the page here into 3 parts. So 4 by 4 by 4. Now I'll use text center and another class which is going to be my custom class, team member. And here I'll have a heading. And a paragraph. So let's say this is my CEO, name is John Doe, and I need an icon. Let's search person. Okay, let's go with this. Copy this and I'll copy this 3 times. So let's say CTO, and this one COO, Jane Doe, let's say Emily Doe. Alright, so I need to create this team member class now. Also I need this everywhere in my icon, so let's paste it. Okay, I forgot a quote. Okay, now we need team member class. So here we just need color basically, and again I'm going to go with this one. Let's save it, refresh, and voila. So if it is looking ugly then I'm really sorry, but yeah, this is what I came up with. I can use maybe more colors. Let's see. Okay, so let's change everything. Okay, so in the intro section remove this background color, and in team member remove this. We don't need team member anymore. And what I will do is in intro section and also add another one which is here primary subtle. Let's refresh, and not working fine. Let's do color black. Yeah, much better, right? And this is already looking fine, so all good. Yeah, works for me. So we are done with our about us page. Let's copy this. Okay, we don't need team member anymore, so you can remove this. New file about us.html. Now let's do one thing. Now let's run this application so that we can view it live rather than working on a single HTML page, right? So when we run this application, we are also going to see the tables which are going to get created for us. So we will validate that. So we will validate that as well. So run as Java application. Alright, so our application is started, and now let's see if we have the tables with us. Alright, so let's explore tables, and we don't have any right now, which is not good at all. Okay, so now I see the problem here. It should not be update, it should be auto. That's why we were having this issue. So let's restart, and we got new error, which is good because this is related to our JPA. So error executing DDL, create table products, not null, primary key, syntax error, or at near DESC. So let's go to entity products, and here it is saying for this. So here it is asking us to change the column name from DESC to something else. So let's do that. Alright, now let's generate the getter and setter for this. Save. So our application is started successfully. Alright, now let's refresh tables. Okay, so we got our tables. We have admins, order, products, users, and these are the different names that we decided on when we were creating the entities. So ideally the name should be product with everything in small cases, but we are getting this one because we used this property here, right? Now we are good in terms of database. Now let's see how our application is looking. So let's do localhost 8080, and we got this here. We don't have the video, which makes sense because we did not provide that in the resources. So let's do that. So in static, let's create a folder, videos, and here we will provide the video. So let's name this video welcome. Let's say welcome only. Alright, now we have to make change to our template as well. So in our home page we used this, we have to make change to it. So first it is going to be videos, and then welcome.mp4. Now let's refresh, and voila, this is working fine. Now if I go to about us, I am able to see my about us page, which looks good. And product is not going to work because we don't have, and same goes for your contact us. So now let's quickly work on products.html. Alright, so this is going to be our product.html. So let me first create this page, and then we will talk about what we have added here. So for this I need to create another page. So new file, product.html. let's do products, paste it here, save this. So our application won't be restarted here because this is not actually considered as a new thing added to the application. So In this scenario, we have to run our application again. So let's stop it and let's run it. And while it is running, let's try to understand what we did here. So this is pretty much same what we have used. The additional thing, as you see here, is this font awesome, which we will talk about later. So this is again for fonts. Like we have already used bootstrap icons. Similarly, this is for icons as well, but this is a separate library. Now here, talking about this, so this navigation is constant, which we are using throughout each HTML page. Now this is new, so this is a product section. So here what we are doing is, here basically we have a section which displays all the products that we have currently in the database. So right now we don't have any, so it won't display any, but as you can see here, we are iterating over this product list and then we are printing everything one by one. So we have a heading, we have a product price, and then we have this, right? Now afterwards we have this JavaScript bundle. So this basically checks for the credentials, as in verification of the user. So I hope this part is clear. Now let's understand more when we view this page. Refresh, and we don't see it here. And why is that? Because the name maybe is different here. So let's check for it. Yeah, so here we have product page. So this we can change to products. Alright, refresh, and this is working. So right now we don't see any because we don't have any product. So we should try to create new products with which we are able to see it here. So there are two ways to do it. One is that I can use GUI interface, as in your admin credential, to create a new product, or I can manually insert a new entry in the database, which I'm going to try now because I want to verify the product functionality. So we have 4 columns here, including this ID. So we have description, we have name, we have price. So I'll go with 1. Description is, this is a test product, and name is going to be test product, and price is going to be 100. Alright, let's run this. Okay, so I have to use single quotes here, my bad. Now let's run it again, and we are good. So let's see what data do we have. Products. So we have the entry here, right? So which is good. Now let's refresh, and we didn't got anything, which is not good. So what are we having here? So this product page, basically when you scroll over, this product.html should have this product list, which we are not passing along. So that's the issue. Here we are actually providing the list of all products. Okay, let's do it. Okay, the reason is this. Okay, so it worked. Now we have some other issues. So it says pname. Okay, so this should be name, this should be price, and we got it working, but it's not actually working. Alright, so you have this. Also you need some spacing. Okay, so I need to add some padding to it. So let's do that. So let's add py5 here instead of here. Okay, this should work. Okay, So we have one product here. Similarly, if we have more products, let's do another entry. So you will see products like this. Alright, so we are good with our products. Also, you can use icon on this page itself also, or you can use an image for whatever product you are actually promoting. So you can do that as well. So right now I'm not doing that. Also, I think we won't need this dependency, so you can remove this. Okay, so we are good with our product page. I hope this part is clear. So now talking about this script. So when you click on buy now, it says please log in as a user to buy products. So why is that? Because if you don't log in, then you won't be able to track basically which user is trying to buy, and how do you basically track it as an admin, right? So here this query selector all basically checks for your button in the DOM. So in the document it will check for this button, which is basically your buy button, and when you actually click on it, then this function comes into the play. This is your function. So it provides a default preventation which says that you should log in. You cannot buy from here directly, that's why. So this is something preventing to buy, but it will display all the products listed here, right? So if you log in, then you can buy this in a second. Now another thing is, if you don't want this pop-up here, you can do one more thing, that remove this buy button. So in that case, no one will be able to buy from here. They should only try from login. The reason why I provided this buy button here is to let the user know that to buy they have to log in. That's why. So when you click on this button, you are prompted to be logged in as a user. So that's why I'm having this option, but you can choose a different thing here. Now let's work on our contact us page. So let's create a new file. Alright, so I think the name here is different, so we should change it. And let me restart, because we have added a new page as well, so that will make more sense. Alright, so this is going to be our contact us page. So let's work on the explanation part. So the navigation bar is same, nothing changed here. Now there is a form which we want to submit if we want to contact the admins basically. So here you have the heading, contact us, then you have basically your form data. So you have three things. You have your name, your email, your message, and when you click on send message, you want to submit something to the end user, right? So let's see how it is looking here. So it will look like this, right? So message, email, and name. So all our pages are working fine now, so we are good with this. Alright, so this contact us is not going to be functional, because when you click on send message, we don't have anywhere to store this message. So what do we do? So what we can do is, basically we can have this functionality as well. So what I will do is, I will create another entity. So here in entities, I will create a new class, message. So here we will only have message, name, email to private, so this is going to be an entity. Table name equals to messages, and here also we will need the primary key. So this, let's copy, and now let's do setters and getters. Alright, now similarly we have to have a message controller or contact us controller here, right? So let's do that. Controller. Now here, when we are actually sending this, we need to send object as well. So model dot add attribute message new message. Alright, so done with this. Now here we only need a post mapping. Okay, now we also require a repository and service layer for this. I forgot about that. So here we will get a message object, and we will use model here to send the confirmation back that your message has been sent. So let's work on repo and service. Now let's quickly create the service as well. So here we need roughly 4 methods. So let me copy from somewhere. Okay, so let's replace product with message. Okay, let's do first this. Alright, okay, why did I do message? I need to do contact. Okay, one thing done. Now let's talk about this. Okay, we don't need this. And here we have everything proper, I hope. Alright, looks good to me. Now let's create an instance here. Alright, now what do I want to do is I want to save this message, so I'll simply use contact service dot create message, and now I will use model dot add attribute. This is going to be a confirmation. your message has been successfully sent. Boom. So we are done with this. Now we need to come back to the same mapping, which is your contact us. This. Okay, one thing I missed everywhere is redirect attribute, which was really bad of me. So I just recalled that this is nowhere there in the project, so it should be everywhere. Alrighty, now we are done with this. Let's run this application. So now I should see another table in PostgreSQL, so let's wait for it. Refresh tables, and we have messages tables as well. So right now you won't see any, but we will try to create one, not using database but using GUI. So let's refresh this. Alright, so now let's test. Send message. We didn't get the successful message here, which we should, but let's see if we got any here. Okay, we didn't got the data here. Okay, so what went wrong? So let's close everything up. Let me open our contact us page, and here when we are actually sending the message, we don't have any form attribute here, so that is what we are missing. Alright, so I have updated this. Now it should work fine. Let's refresh. Let's try again. Okay, we didn't got the confirmation, but we got the entry with no data. Okay, so we are going somewhere, it's just that we are not exactly going exactly there. Okay, so message, so create message is working, but here in message we didn't got the info. So here in ID, okay, we don't have name attribute here. That is what going wrong here. So you need name attributes as well, similar to what we have ID here. So let me do that quickly. And this should match exactly with your message variables. So name, email, and message. Okay, once more. Okay, now we got the error, convert, okay, for value long, failed to convert value of type string to type entity message. Okay, something is going wrong from type string to long. Okay, so what did I do wrong here? So we have everything good. We have ID as long, name, email, message. Okay, so I got the error now. So the issue is that the name of the object and the name of this is matching. That's why we are having this issue. So let's do content here, and let's generate that for content. Save this. Now instead of message here, we will do content, and I don't need ID here. This is confusing for me as well, so I'll remove this. Okay, now let's try again. So now we got the data in the required format, right? So let's proceed, and we got here successfully. Let's see in the database what do we have, and we got the exact entry. Now we did not get the confirmation, and which I can try. So let's say JD. Okay, I don't see any message here, which may be because I'm not showing this in the contact us page. Okay, so that's the reason. So let's do that here. Alright, so there you go. Now let's try again. Okay, still we didn't see anything. Okay, so ideally this should work, but somehow it's not working, so I'll try this as well. Okay, so I'll try to print whatever I have. So let me open console here, and orientation this. Okay, so I don't see anything in console. Okay, so that's the issue, that we are not seeing anything. Alrighty, so let me try this. Okay, so I'm getting the variable here and then printing it. So that's it. Now let's refresh this. Okay, see, we are getting empty here, but when I do this, we are again getting empty. So this means that we are not getting the confirmation message back. So this is not working, but how is that possible? When we are doing this, then it is doing it. Is it a typo or something? Okay, so we are here, message, go to a model. So see here, in model we have everything. Right, so we have 3. So we have confirmation, we have binding result, and then we have message, which is a message object basically. So key is this, value is this. So we have everything. Okay. So when we are actually redirecting to contact us, in that case we are not fetching this model attribute and then passing it over to contact us. So here we can do one thing. Okay, I just got the idea that I could have done this. So let's do it like this. Right, now it should work. So if I reload, I am seeing empty. And messages here, F8, and you got the confirmation your message has been successfully sent. Oh. So this is working fine and we are good with it. So yeah, so we are done with contact us, we are done with products, we are done with about us, home. Now let's work on our login page. Alright, so now let's check if we got the message in the table or not. So script, select script, execute, and yes, we have the data. It was just that we were not seeing the confirmation message on the web page itself. So as you can see here, this is the one which is latest basically, and we have it, right? Alright, so now let's proceed ahead. Now let's work on our login pages, which are basically going to be for your admin and users. So let's quickly create that. So what I will do is I'll copy about us page. Let's do home page because we need the navigation bar. So we are going to copy a lot of things. So login page, I hope that's the name. Let's check. Okay, so this is product controller. We have to go to here. Yeah, so it's just login. So let's update this to login page. Alright, so I'll just copy this and use Sublime text. Alright, so we are going to go with navigation bar, that's obvious, but we will remove this video loop, we don't need that. So basically we are going to go with two sections here. So we will have two different types of sections for either login through as an admin or login as an user, right? So that is what we are going to do here. So let me quickly do that, otherwise I'm going to describe a lot of things which will take some time. So let me quickly write that out and then I'll explain everything. Alright, so now comes the explanation part. And if you're hearing some background music, don't mind, there's an event happening around my house, so that's what. I'm not actually listening to the music and I'm actually trying not to have fun, so yeah. Alright, so this is the div container that we have, and inside this div container we have two divs. Basically this is for your admin login section and this one is for your user login section, right? Now talking about the classes, so this is your just simple container for enough spacing and margin around the page. So vh100 is basically for your viewport height and it utilizes the 100% height of your page. Deflex is the main key here. So this is what actually dividing the page into two vertical parts. So yeah, and then you have two divs, and here you have column 6, as in this is going to occupy 6 columns from the grid, and same goes for this one. So they completely fill the page. And what else? So this is flex column, as in signifying that this is a column. This is to justify the content center, as in center it out, and then inside that content items should also be centered. The background of that page I'm using as light, and then there is a border, right? Now you have a form. Basically this is the form which goes back to your controller. So I have not added the controller things here, so this is just UI as of now. Similarly for this we have a form, and this is also going to go back to the controller. Now let's see how it is looking. So this is how your page is going to look like. You have the navigation menu on top, and then you have admin login here, user login here, right? And when you click on login, you will go back to the dashboard of the respective type of user, right? So now let's use this in our Eclipse. And what do we need to do is we need to make changes here also, so that it reaches back to the controller. So let's quickly do that. I'll also open admin controller, because here we have the mappings. Where did it go? Okay, so I think I'm missing that mapping here, so let me quickly do that. Okay, no, this is going to work. So we are going to go with this. So when the user click on login, we are going to verify the credentials of that user, and if he is a valid user, we will return this page. Otherwise we will print out the message and return this login page, right? So let's do that. Where did we go? So this is our admin page. So here we have to add that mapping. So th action. Actually the name here is misleading, so so let's change this. Admin verify credentials. Right, so let's copy this. There you go. Now for these input fields, we have to go back here. So here we are getting an admin object, so this we have to fetch as an admin object. So opening admin.java, so we have name and email, so we are going to go with this. So here we have ID, let's remove this. Name equals to name, I think. Yep, and then email. So here this is going to be, so here we have username and then we have password. So this should be email, and here we will use password. So in admin.java we have password. Okay, password. Alright, all good. Type equals submit. Now let's work on this user login. Alright, so for user login we are going to go with this mapping. So in the login page, let me copy this. So here we will go like this, but we will remove this as we are going to go with user login. Alright, now similarly what we have done here above, we are going to go like same. So here name equals to email, and let me copy this. Name equals to password. Now for confirmation, like we have contact us page here. Similarly I'll go similarly, so I'll use the script tag and paste it here. Alright, so now we won't have confirmation this message here. What we are doing in admin is, so if something goes wrong, we are sending this error here, and same goes here, right? So we'll read this instead of confirmation. So here we will say confirmation. So this is just console log, but what we are printing is going to be up above, so like this here. So yeah, so in the login page we will do inside this. Alright, let me fix the formatting. So here also, instead of confirmation, this would be error, and instead of alert success, error. Alright, so it looks good. Now let's run our application and let's see if we are able to log in or not, because we should have users with us. So if I do this, admin, select script, so we should have, okay, we don't have any user right now, and maybe same goes for your users. Let's see. Okay, right. So let's quickly create an admin user and let's see if you are able to log in or not. So ID1, email is going to be test@gmail.com, and name is going to be JD, password is going to be QWERTY. Alright, so for now I'm going to go like this, so I'll just save it, and now we have the data with us, right? Now let's run our application. Alright, so the application is started. Now let's open localhost 8080, go to login page. We have the page with us. Let's try test@gmail.com. Password is QWERTY. Login. So what went wrong? Error resolving template might not exist. Okay, so login page. So right now here we are making change from login to login page. But thing is, why we are getting here? We should be getting here because we have provided the same password. So let me run this in debug mode. Let's see what we are getting. So point is that why we are going here. So if this condition is getting satisfied, it should return from here. Alright, now let's go back, refresh, test@gmail.com, QWERTY, login. Now let's see what we're getting here, and we are here. Now let's see. Okay, so we got the password, we got the mail. Now it will verify, and let's wait for a while. Okay, so it couldn't verify, so maybe the logic is not working. So let's repeat the steps. Let's see. Now here we will have test@gmail.com, password as QWERTY, and in the database we have test@gmail.com, we have QWERTY. So find by email, and we got the object. As you can see, the name is here, which we didn't had. ID is here. So admin.getPassword equals to password. So let's see what we are getting. Okay, so this is what is wrong with me. So on string, why are we checking for equality? We should use equals method. That's the very basic of the basic. Alright, let's save this. So the application is started. Login again. Okay, let me refresh this page. QWERTY. Okay, what's going wrong here? Admin homepage. What? We were not getting this error before. Why now? What's so special? Okay, debugging. QWERTY, login, 6, password, return true. So admin home. So we have this mapping with us, so it will go here. Okay, so it didn't. That's the issue. Okay, it got here. Why is it scaring me? Okay, so now we have admin list, we have user list. Okay, so we don't have admin home page yet, and we don't, so it's okay. What the heck? Alright, so now we just have to create an admin. So now we just have to create this admin home page, and same is going to go with your user. Okay, so why are we going to product page for user? Okay, so for user we already have the product page with us, right? So let's try for user. Let me check if we have the product page or not. Okay, we don't have. Okay, so let me try with the user as well. So let me create a user quickly. So same goes here as well, test@gmail.com, JD, and password is again QWERTY. Alright, now save changes. Let's see if we have it. Yes, we have it. Now what do we need to do? We just go back on this page, try test@gmail.com, password as QWERTY, and let's add a breakpoint here so we know what's going on here. Maybe. Okay, so the same problem is here as well. Dot equals password hit login, F6, and we got in. So now it will fetch the user. So we have the user with us, and yep, and it will find the orders list, and then it will hit this page. So right now we don't have this page, so we will get these errors. So now what we need to do is we need to create this product page, and what else, admin home page, right? That's it. Alright, so now we will be working on the admin dashboard page. So basically, just to iterate, what we will have is we will have the users option, as in you can add user, you can delete, you can update an user. You can do the same stuff with the admins as well. You can see the list of admins, you can change, delete, or you can add a new admin basically. Now you will have that option for products as well. So you can add new products, you can delete, you can update, right? So these all options are going to be there in the admin dashboard page. Also, you will have a list of orders that have been placed by the user, right? So this is going to be a big page in terms of UI interface. So let me first write the code, entire code for this page, and then I'll explain step by step so that there is nothing amiss, right? So let's do that. Alright, so this is going to be the page for your admin dashboard. So here I have added font awesome library, which is basically for the icons. So I'm going to have icons here. The navigation menu is same. Now talking about the main part. Alright, so this is simply a container. You have a back button here. Now if you see here, we have already used flex. So that is that. This is just to have the content and MBs for margin bottom. Now we have a hyperlink here, and here we have an icon which is basically a back arrow, and here I have a custom styling for margin top because this was getting hidden from the navigation menu. Now we have sections. So we have admin section, we have user section, then product, and lastly order section. So all these sections will be comprised of tables, right? And we have the data which is going to be separate in each table, and you are fetching the data from the database. So we have the list with us, like we have admins list, we have users list, we have product list. So these we have to change. Right now the names will not match, so I have to do that. Now if you see here, for admin, user, and product, not for order. So order is a bit different. So for all of these three, you will have another row specifically having, so this is a column basically, not row, which will have two buttons. First button is to update, second button is to delete. So per row, you will have these two buttons. So let me show you what it will look like, then it will make more sense. So if you see here, this is the back button. So this is to go back. Right now this won't work accurately. Actually we don't need this. I'll remove this. There is no functionality here. Now thing is that you will have this admin table where you have two buttons. This is to update, this is to delete. Then you can add a new admin here. Similarly for users and product. Order is going to be simply data. That's it. There is nothing that you need to customize here, right? So I'll remove this back button from here. Alright, let's refresh, and okay, so we got some weird formatting here. So let me update that using MT5 MB3. Alright, so it didn't work. Okay, that's because we have to update it here. So what I'll do is I'll use this style here, and let's copy it here, remove this back button, refresh, and this. So this is it, right? You have proper spacing up top, and you see data. So here I don't like this, so let me do a customization here. So what I will do is here in the order section we have this table. So after this table I'll add margin bottom. So yeah, this makes more sense, right? Alright, so we are done with this. Now let's copy this and create a new page, new file, admin homepage.html. Let's open admin controller as well. So the name that we're using is admin homepage, which is matching with this. Now let's come here and make some modification. So the admins, this list from where so this admin list, let's check if we are having this. No, we don't. We have this admin list, so we will update this. Similarly, we have to update user list, and then your order list, and product list. Now you have product object. From these you have to update this, so let's open them one by one. So let's go with product first. So we have ID, name, price, description. So let's close this. So ID, name, price. We don't display description here. Now talking about order, so we have ID, price, quantity, date, amount. So ID we don't print. Name, so this is from user, so name, email, and then order we have simply name, and then we have price, quantity with small q, and do we have total amount? No, we have just amount. And then we have order date, which is going to be simply date, and there you go. Now coming to user, so we have ID, name, email, password. So ID, name, email, and password. Okay, this is mobile number, so this we are not displaying. Alright, so done with this. Now admin, let's open this as well. So it's similar to user, but still it's good to confirm. So ID, name, email, password, that's it. So this is ID, name, email, and so let's remove this. And when we are removing from here, we have to remove from here as well, and same goes for this. Alright, so we are done with this. So right now we have admins with us, we have users, and let's see if we have product. Alright, so products, script, select script, and execute. So we have two products with us, and we don't have orders right now, so it won't display anything, which is okay. We will do it later. Right now what we can do is we can simply run our application. Okay, so we got an error, I think. Okay, this is weird. We are getting error through admin service. Okay, let's clean everything. I think so. Maven is the issue, I think. Okay, let's try .m2 repository. Okay. Let's remove this data folder. Alright, now let's try to update this. Maven update project, force update. Alright, so it worked. I don't know, but something was corrupted, and I don't know the reason, but yeah, it worked. Anyways, now this is working. So localhost 8080, click on login, use the email address and password, and poof, it couldn't find admin. Okay, so the page is there, the issue is with parsing. Alright, this we can work with. So admin ID could not be found, and that's okay, makes sense. I might have missed some places to update, so let me minimize this. So admin.id, and there you go, ID. Same goes here, ID. Okay, let's refresh, and it's working. So we see admin here, we see user here, we see 2 products here, and we don't see any orders, and that's okay, good with us. Now let's try to add admin, which will not work because we need an admin page. Add admin page, or you can use a pop-up here, but I will work on a page. So you can use either one. Same goes for add user and add product. So let's work on that. Alright, so what I will do is I will simply add pop-ups on these add admin, add user and add product options. Alright, so let me first check if we have the mappings correct or not. So admin controller, so we have add/admin. So let's close everything here. Okay, so add admin like this. Similarly, we have add user, add product. Alright, let's cross check. Add admin is here. Then we have let's close everything up and open user controller. So here we have add user, product controller. Here we have add product. Alright, now here we are using update product. It should be update product like this. Same goes for this, and let's update the rest. Alrighty, now let me first write the code for the model pop-up, and then we will talk about it. Alright, so there you go. Let's see first if it is working fine or not. So click on add. So click on add admin, and we have the pop-up with us. Alright, so it's working. So what did we do here? So we first created a div, separate div for an admin model, and the ID matches here because this here provides the target, like so which model basically to use. That's how you do that. And I think I have already provided enough information about the model because we have created this before as well. Now the main thing is that here we have 3 things. We have content, we have header, we have body, and then we have footer as well. But here we are not using footer. Here we have only body and header. So this button, basically this add button, could be inside your trailer, but I have used it in body itself, right? So here we don't need this number option, so let's remove this. Alright, so what I'm doing here is that I will provide a default password like this here, because I'm not creating an option to provide the password by yourself. So I'm using the default password this, but you can provide that functionality that there is a default password, and once you log in you have to reset the password, right? So that you can always do. Now what we have here is we have a form basically. So this form is basically using all the options here what you have provided, and then that is going to go back to your form action. So this is not basically required now. You can remove this because this is going to be used here, right? So now if I go to admin controller, here I should have add admin, and I can remove this get mapping because this is not required now. Alright, similarly you will have models for user and product as well. So let me quickly do that. So I'll just copy this. Go to users, say that this is for adding user, and let's modify the name. Okay, we have close here, and this is going to add user, then username, alright. So we will customize these later because this is completely Java. Let's first work on our basic things, right? So username, user email, and this should be add user. Alright, now let's modify this button. So this we have to use like this. And this is going to be add user model. Let's refresh, and add admin is working. You can close this. Add user, we have username, user email, that's it, close it. Now we will have similar options for product as well. So this is going to be add product model, and this is not required. Okay, let's copy this. So a lot of copy pasting, right? It's not that difficult. Anyone can do that. Now let's copy this name, paste it here. Add new product. So this is going to be product price. Okay, product name first and then price. Now here we don't need this hidden field. And refresh, and let's see, product name, product price, add product, good. Username, okay. Alright, so all good with this. Now let's use this here in admin page, save it. Alright, now let's run this and then we will make changes. Go to login. Okay, so right now I don't have any data with me. Okay, I should be able to see the data, but I'm not. I think that's because of names again. Oopsie. Let me quickly do that. All right. Okay, so we see admins, we don't see users. Okay. User list, product list, order list. And we have a typo, this number for user. Okay, this. All right, so all good. Now let's create an admin. So I will say Jane Doe add admin, and post is not supported, and it went to admin home. Okay, so let's see what went wrong. Yeah, I think I know. So when we go to this, I can simply remove this. This is not required from here, and it's required here, right? And I can remove this action from here. And now I'm going to admin controller. So when you redirect to this, you have to also give all the objects in the model, right? That is currently empty. Now thing is that when you have this post here, you have to also use the object that we have already done. Now we have to change these, like we can remove these IDs. We only have to use names. So this would be name in that case, and this would be email, and this is going to be a password. Alright, so I hope this is making sense. So like we have used here, which is going to be copied throughout. So th object equals to admin. Now coming to admin controller, here what we have to do is we have to use model dot add attribute admin new admin, and similarly we have to do for user and product. All right, why are we having an error here? So go back, refresh, add admin, Jane Doe, and now we got post is not supported. Okay, so when we are going to add admin, we are coming here. Why post is not supported? So this should be th action. Let's refresh, add admin, and add admin. Okay, so now we got something else. So what does it say? It says SQL enter into admins, constraint admin. Okay, so it says ID1 already exists. Why is it trying for ID1? Alright, so why this is happening is that we have manual IDs with us, and when you have JPA, it will always try to start from one, right? That is what is happening, and this will keep happening for your admins, users, products, anything. So what I want to do is, I don't know why this is creating an issue. This is just Eclipse. So what I can do is basically I can handle this. So what I have in mind is to fetch the maximum ID from here and then start from that. So how do I handle that? So first let's see what sequence we have here. So for admins we have this, for users we have this, right? So we have to reset these. So right now they all start from 1. That's the issue. So let's do that. So for admin, what I will do is I will go to admin service. So not here, here. And I will have this. Let me import. Alright, so what it is doing is so this is Postgresql function basically. So for admins and for ID, what I'm doing is for admins, basically select the max ID from what you have in the admins table and then reset it basically, right? So let's save it. Hopefully it will restart. Okay, so it restarted. Now click on add admin, Shriram, and add admin. Alright, so this is working fine. We have it created. Alright, so similarly let's do for user. So for this, what we have to do is we have to make this here. So paste it here. Now instead of admins, this would be users. And here let's say reset user sequence. Let's save this. Alright, now add user, change add user, and what we got is post is not supported. Okay, so this was the first issue that we got with admins as well. So th action. So I'm getting this error basically, and when you go back here you see an item here. Okay, so let me check in the database. Let's see what we have. So we got null. Okay, let me see what's the cause. So okay, right, so this we didn't fix, that's why. So okay, password, and let's remove these two. Okay, but the sequence is changed. So with sequence you will see that it will start inserting from 4, which is okay, right? So name, email, the only thing left is th object, like this. Where are we? Okay, here, and user. Alright, let's try again. So add user, Jane Smith, so they're still getting error, but let's see what we have in the database. So we got the data, but something went wrong. So this add user mapping, let's go to this. I think there you will find the solution. So user controller, so this cat mapping is not required, you can remove this. Now here it is going to login. Okay, so that's the thing. So it's not login, it's login page. If you can check here, you will see, right? Let's save this, and now we will create another user. So let me create PS, which is me, my name in short. So alright, so it worked fine, right? Now similarly let's work on product, and then let's go from there. Alright, so we have tried add user, we have tried add admin, so we have tried both of them. Now let's work on product. Let's see if it is working fine for us or not. So let's run our application. Alright, so let's log in again and let's use the admin user. Okay, so we have admins, we have users here, and now coming to product, let's create one. So I'll just type the product name as mouse and let's put the price as 100. Add product, and here we are saying okay. So we copied and pasted it, that's why we are having this issue. So let's scroll, and here we have type as text, and this should be type as text as well. Also here we have admin name and admin email, so this we have to change. So let's quickly do that. So this will be name, this will be price, and let me remove this. Also this should be enterprise, and we are good for now. You can remove these, we don't care about that, we don't care about them. Now talking about what we have to do more is that this should be action, and here we need th object as well. So let's do that. And this should be product. Alright, what else are we missing? I think this should be good. Let's see. So let's refresh. Okay, so we got some parsing error, and it says the expression used for object product is not valid. So th object is used like this, that's why we are having this issue. Let's refresh again and we are good. Add product, let's do mouse again, 100, add product, and we are going back to login page, which is not good, but that's okay. Let's see if we are able to see the new product or not. So here what happened is we got mouse here instead of product, so that's the issue. Okay, so I forgot to update this. Add product, and let's see what we have in product controller for this mapping specifically. So we don't need get mapping here. For add product, we are going back to the home page as in the dashboard, so which is good. Okay, so let it rerun. Let's wait for it. Okay, let's refresh. Alright, so add product, mouse 100, add product, and we got the error. Alright, so this was expected. So what we have to do is we have to open product repo, and let's copy from here and put it here. So this should be products ID sequence like this, and this should be products. Let's save this. Alrighty, refresh, add product again, mouse 100, add product, and we got the same error. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's run the application again. Let's see. Alright, so it's working. So it's just that we need to restart the application, that's it, and it's working fine. As you can see here, we have the mouse with us. So products is also working, users is working, admins is working. So now we need to work on edit and delete buttons. So for edit as well, we will have a pop-up. So right now this is going to a separate page altogether, but I'll again create a pop-up for this. So let's quickly do that. So not much is going to get changed when we compare it with what we have here. So let me copy this entirely, and so that I can edit it here. So let's go from admins. Let's talk about it here. So first thing first, you need to copy, and yes, you need to copy because there isn't much which is going to get changed. So talking about what we need to change is nothing. It's going to be exactly same. The mapping is going to be changed, and the references as in add is going to change to update, right? That's it. So fairly simple change here, and this should be update, and we will take a look at the mapping as well if it is this or not. Now thing is, we need to update the reference here as well. So here in this button, basically, where did we go? So we have this as an hyperlink here where we are going towards this. Instead we have to go to what do you say, data BS target. So this we need to take care of here. Also one more thing, when we are here, actually we need to have the hidden ID as well. So for updation we want the ID so that we know that which admin object are we updating. So let's do that. Alright, so there is no easy way to handle that, so we need a custom JavaScript here. So let me show you what we have to do. So here if you see, what we are doing is for the edit admin button, we are having a function. So when we click on this button, basically we are getting the attribute from we are getting the value from this attribute. So here we have the admin ID with us, and once we have that ID, we are just storing this ID into another variable, right? So let me show you that. Let me format this a bit. So let me make the changes and then I'll explain. So I hope this model part is clear. There is no change. So there is not much change comparatively with the add one. So here let me update. So we don't need this. What we need is this. Along with this we also need, so data ID equals to admin.id. So this is the attribute that we are fetching in the custom JavaScript, this one, right? Now talking about this, where are we having this? So this is going to be in our second model. So this one. So here inside the model body, we are going to have it inside form. So it's going to be like this. As you can see here, we have this hidden and the ID is admin ID. So through JavaScript we are handling the value reference, as in you are passing the value to this ID object. Alright, so we should be able to test it out, but let's first copy this. Okay, one more thing that we have to do is here we need to update this from add to update. Alright, paste it here, and let's see if we have the so it should be in admin controller. What we are checking update admin. So it's here. We don't need this here. This is not required anymore. Alright, so let it rerun, and if you are hearing background music, just vibe. Alright, so refresh. Let's click on this JD. So here what I will do is so here we can do one more thing, which is to pre-fill the values, as in whatever the existing values are, pre-fill it so that we don't have to type all the values. We will just update the values, right? That is what which is going to make more sense comparatively. So here I'm changing the email address from test to JD. update admin, and we got the error. We are always going to get the errors. that is a must. Given ID must not be null, so JavaScript is not working, maybe. So let's see what we are doing wrong here. Okay, this could be one thing. Yeah, so we couldn't find this edit admin button. That's the issue. So here in the class, let's do admin button as well, like this, and we should be good now. Let's go back, refresh, edit. Let's do JD first. Update admin. Now we got the error. Now we got a different error. So here it says failed to convert property value from string to long. Alright, so let's try to debug this. Let's see what we are seeing there. So in the admin controller, we will come to update admin. Update admin is this. Alright, let's see what we are having here. So refresh. Alright, edit, update. Okay, so we are not coming at this mapping because it is not able to map admin object, and the reason is that this is long and what we are passing here is an ID. So this where is this hidden object? This is hidden object and this is coming as string instead of long. Alright, what can we do? Okay, so let's handle it through a different page itself, because in that case we will be able to pre-populate the data as well. Like whatever data we have in the database should be visible. Also this page is getting bigger and bigger, which is unnecessary. So let's change this. So for this I will have a separate page altogether. So let me stop the application, and what I will do is I will use the same page as your admin home page, duplicate it basically, and update admin. And let me copy this. Now this will be update admin page. Navigation menu is going to be there, and we don't need these all things. We only need, let me remove everything from here. So this is going to be fairly small. Alright, so this is an admin section. Here we are seeing an iteration which we don't need, so we will change this. Also we need to make change here in the admin controller, I think. So we need a get mapping. So here we are passing the admin object, which is a must. Alright, once that is done, we are using the same page update user. So I'll rename this, 1 second. Update user, and this should be user. Alrighty, so this page is getting admin object, which is good. Now this is what we are going to have. So we have a container, inside that we have a row. So this is just to go back to the same page basically, which is your dashboard page. So here we are going to refer it to admin home like this. So the card title, basically we are going to go with the card. So we have header, we have body, and inside body we will have a div basically for admin name. Then we will have, we don't need admin number, we need admin email only, and then we will have a button to update. Now this all is going to be inside an form basically. So this is going to be t action, and we have object here. So update admin, and then you have your admin ID, which is going to be like this, admin.id. dot email, email. What else? Similarly, this is going to be name. So the project that I made previously is having these names. That is how I have these names. So that's why I'm making changes, because I'm taking a reference from my old code. So admin name, admin email. So this is going to pre-fill the existing values from whatever we have in the database. Then you can update it. And this is what we wanted to do. Alright, so what we have done is we have updated this to update user. Now let's see what it is looking like. So this is how it is looking to look like. You have this back to admin home button, and then you have this form, you have update admin button here, and you have this big title, right? Now let's make the change. So update user, and you have this here. Now in the admin controller you have to update this to this, which I have already done. So this is a get mapping. Now I'll run this in debug mode. Alright, so the application is started. Let's refresh this. Now let's click on add it, and you are at update admin 1, which is good for us. You can see the details. Now let's see if we are going to go back. So we were, that's good. Now let's update this to JD, and let's see if we have the breakpoint. Admin controller, we need the breakpoint in update. Why do we have it in delete? Alright, now let's update, and we got the error, no static resource, update admin. Okay, so these changes are much required. I don't know why it is missing. Okay, this is done. Now in update user, when you are so we are using admin ID and then admin ID. Actually we don't need admin ID here, and let's do method is method as post. Now let's come back, refresh. Okay, this should be alright. So we are able to go back. So this is working. Update admin. Oof. Now we are getting update admin, no resource. Okay, let's see if this is going to work. Alright, so it worked. So that was the issue. So in the admin object we don't have password. That's okay. Oh, ID is null. Okay, that's not good. Why is IDS null? So we have, okay, this is the issue. Let's try, hopefully for the last time. And we have the ID with us. Yay, we have the value, name, email. So this is working, right? Now let's see if we are able to update. So if you see here, this got updated, right? Now the edit is working, so let's provide this functionality to each and every table. So user and product we need for these two as well. Let's duplicate the pages. So I'll use this same page. So this update user is going to be used in the user as well, but for product we need it. So update product. Now we need update. Okay, so the mapping is different, that's why we have to create an admin page as well. I forgot about that. So update admin. Now let's update this because we got a new development. So update is going to go to update admin, and let's use user controller. So this is not going to be changed much, it's just that we need a get mapping here. So now what we need is we need to update an attribute which we need to pass it over to the user interface as in your page. What's going wrong with the Eclipse today? Alright, so this is going to be user service dot get user by ID, and this is going to be user, and now we will return the page update user. Okay, this should be long. Okay, we already had this mapping. Okay, but this is wrong. So this is admin. Yeah, this is wrong. Let's remove this. Alright, so we have the get mapping with us, then we have the post mapping which we don't need to update. So for product controller, similarly you have to create a get mapping. Okay, so we have the get mapping here. So update product is going to be called out, that's good. What else? Yeah, everything looks good. So in the update user, so here we are going to admin home, this is good, but this is going to be update user, this is going to be user, and similarly everything here is going to be about user. So user.name and user.email, this we don't need. Alright, now this is going to be update user, and here let's say user. Okay, now update product. So for product we have name and price, so this will be okay. One more thing we have to change is this. Name, email, that's it. And here we will say name and then price. Input type is going to be, let's go with text, otherwise this should be number. Alright, so this is going to be product, and let's update it everywhere. Alright, okay, so we have everything in place. Let's run the application again. So the application is restarted, and let's update the user. So let's say if I want to update, okay, so update user is not there. So okay, so update user, this, not this, we have to make change to admin home page. Scroll down, we have to make change here. Now let's update for product as well. And I thought I have made this change. Yeah, my bad. Now let's click on edit. So we have the page, update existing user, mouse. So let's update the name from mouse to Naruto Uzumaki. Let's update, and we got the error. So it says error resolving this page, and it went to update user. So let's see, in the user controller we had this mapping update user, and it's going to admin page. So what are we missing here? So this is a good one. So we are not missing anything. It's just my stupid thing that we have to use redirect, and which we are not. Alright, so it should have been updated already. So to test it, you just need to go back, refresh, and if you see here, this is working. So let's update another one. So let's update this, and let's do a name to John Doe, update user, and we have John Doe here. Alright, so this is working fine. Now let's talk about product. So I'll update this one. So we don't have this mapping. Okay, product controller. So it's not saying for mapping, it's saying that there is some issue with parsing. Alright, so update product.html. So product.email. So this should be price. Alright, so you have the price, you have the product name. So let's name it, let's say keyboard, and update admin. So this needs to be updated. So instead of this, update existing product, and this should be product. Refresh it one more time, and let's say keyboard, update product, and scroll down. You have keyword, you have mouse, you have test product. Alright, now let's work on delete functionality. Let's see if it is going to work. So admin home page, so delete product and then product ID, and in here you have this like this. Okay, so it should work, there should not be an issue. So I'm going to delete this test product. Okay, get is not supported. Okay, so we are using delete mapping here, which is not going to work with a hyperlink. So let's use cat mapping here. Let's see if it is going to work. If it will, then we will make this change to every controller. So let's refresh this, and let's see. So we got the product deleted, and yeah, this is going to work. So user controller, let's change this to get. Now let's delete a user. So I'm going to remove this, and it is working. Now admin controller, I'm not going to delete an admin, but yeah, this is going to work, don't worry about it. Or let's delete it. I'll recreate the admin. Okay, so I'm going to delete this, and it's working. right? So we have the functionality with us, and I think we are done with this page, right? So what do we need now? We need to place orders now. So how do we do that? For this we need to log in. When you log in, basically you will redirect, you will be redirected to that buy product page. So we need that page now, right? So let's work on it. So this is the page that we need to build now. So let's change the name to buy product page, because that is making more sense. Now in this buy product page, basically we are going to have three things. First is to search the existing products, and then to basically create an order, and third is to see the existing orders that you have already placed. So these are the three things that we need to do. So again, let's come back to Sublime Text and let's work on the page. So what I will do is, again I will write the entire code and then I'll explain. So yeah, let's do that. Alright, so this is the page. So what we have is, basically we have the back button as in to move back. So this will go to login. So we have to go to this login page basically, right? And we have three mappings basically which are returning login page. So we have verify credentials, then we have login, basically this one, and then you have user controller. So what we are going to go with is this one, right? So this is what we are using. Now for the search form, basically we need to search the product. So the existing products are going to be searched. So let me go to this mapping. So you will find this in admin controller. So let's scroll down. So there you go, product search. So here we provide the name, and the name has to match exactly, right? So that is how this query works, and we have already talked about this. So you can improve this by using contains, as in, let's say if the product name is test product. So if the name here which is provided to us is just test, in that case it should find all the items containing test, right? So that logic can also be implemented. Now the name here should be name. Alright, then we have here th object. We can remove this. So this is your product details, as in the products will be listed here. The matches, basically what you have, will be displayed using this. Now you have product here. So how do we actually come to this? So when you basically search, then you go to this mapping and it gives you this product page. So this should be buy product page. Alright, so as in when you click on search, the page will be reloaded over again. In that case you will see orders list and product. So here if I go, so right now we have a match, so only one product can be matched right now. That's the logic. But if you are using containing, in that case you need to use list here, like we have here, and you need to pass that list, and in the buy product page, here you have to iterate over the list and then print every piece of information, right? So that we need to do. Now we have this order button. When you do that, you will go to this product order, which you will find. Okay, so this is place order. So update that. Okay, so you place the order. Again, what happens is it will return the order status page. So this logic is not good at all. So what happens, ideally what should happen is that you should go to this buy product page again. So it will display all the orders, as in what you have placed. Also it will display the successful message, as in the order has been placed, something like that, right? So I'll update that here. So this is duplicated. Let me remove it from here, and let's replace this like this. All right, so now the logic here should be let's say message, and instead of total amount, it should be message. Like here we have error, and this we might have used here. Let's search over. Okay, so we don't have error. So we have this message here, right? So I'll update this logic. So for now, let's say message, and here we will say the order has been placed, your total amount was, I don't know, it doesn't make sense to print the total amount. This will work fine. The order has been placed. So let's do one thing. This is message error, and this is message success. This is also message error. Okay, we are only talking about place order right now. Okay, so let's save this. I'll update this logic, just a minute. Now this page details all the products that you have with this match. Then you have the orders, as in the previous order as well as the order that you have just placed, right? So this is order list, not order. So this you can see here basically. So this is orders list, and then you need to use order dot name, price, quantity. Let me open order real quick. Quantity, date, amount. So this would be amount, and this is date. All right, now let's copy this. Paste it here. Now for the message part, I have used confirmation somewhere. Let me check. Yeah, so this is what we have to use. So I'll copy this, and inside the div tag, so this is going to be like, if it is a success message, then it should be in green color. If it is not, in that case it should be in red color. So that is what we are going to do. So success and danger. Now this is error success, and this is error, sorry, message error and message success. Alright, now let's save this and run our application. Alright, so it's started. Refresh the login page. Now log in as user. I forgot. Okay, so let's check the users. I can log into admin as well to check the users, but let's go with this. So you have a lot, so I'll go with this test@gmail.com password. Okay, password is empty. I don't know how. This is weird. So this means that when we were creating the user through admin page, it was actually providing password as empty. So we will take a look, but right now let's work on this byproduct thing. So js@gmail.com and QWERTY. Login, and you got logged in, but what is this? Okay, let's check. Admin controller. So user login. So when the verification is successful, we are going to buy product page, and we are having orders list with us and nothing else. Okay, search form is here. Okay, we don't have this product details with us. Okay, which is okay, I think. And we have the condition here as well, and this should be okay. But why are we getting this? Alright, so let's change this from get mapping to post mapping. So that's the issue. And where do we have this? We have this in this page. So this would be post in that case. So not a big change. Okay, all done. Refresh login page, js@gmail.com, QWERTY, login, and there you go. Right now let's search for the product. So I know that there is a product called mouse. Search, and we got method not allowed, request post is not supported. So going back to buy product page, and here we have method post, th action, product search, and this is in here. Okay, so why do we have post here? Okay, anyways, so let's try get here. Let's see what we are having. Refresh the page, search for mouse, and it says method post is not supported. Why is it saying that? I have changed it to get. Okay, this is user login option. Silly me. Okay, here we have post. Okay. Ugh. Alright, so we see an error for some reason. Let me do one thing. Where do we have our style? This. Okay, all right. So because of get, we are having this issue, right? If it was post, then you won't have this issue, right? So we'll do that, no worries. But let's see, why are we getting this? Sorry, product was not found, but it is actually displaying the product. Weird, right? So okay, so this is the issue. We couldn't return here, that's why we are having this. So this should be like this. And while we are here, let's do this as post. Here we will update from get to post. Now let's refresh, mouse, search, and you didn't get any error, right? Which is good. The URL looks good as well. Now let's do quantity as 10. Order now, and we got the error, post is not supported. So the same error is happening here. So here if you see, we have post. So place order should be post. Alright, so let's do 10 here again. Order now, and the order has been placed, but we don't see any orders. Let's do here, select script, execute. We do see an error. So we do see order here. So see here, a few things are wrong. We have the entry, we don't see the amount here, the date is there, price is wrong, quantity is wrong, user ID is not there. So a lot of things which are going wrong here. So what I will do is I will run this in debug mode, and let's see why don't we see this total amount being set and getting created here. Also this user should be here with us, but it's not. And where are we setting this user? Okay, so this is the place. So once the user logged in, then we store it here, and then we will use it in other places. Right, now let's stop this, run this in debug mode. Let's add a breakpoint here as well. Login JS QWERTY, and once you log in, the user is going to get initialized, and that's done. Now let's search for mouse, and we got the error. So this is parsing error now. Okay, so it seems that it is able to figure out the order here. So now it says order.name is not there. Let's open order object. Yeah, so name we don't have here. So it should be order.user.name, right? Alright, let's search mouse again, and we again got the error. Now it says order.user.name could not be evaluated, name cannot be found or null. So the reason is that here we have null value, right? So this is causing the issue. So let's do one thing for now. Let's comment it out. Okay, so this is product name, not username. Don't we have product mapping here? No, we don't. Okay, so for now let's remove it from here. We will take care of it. Mouse. All right, so as you can see here, the existing order is being displayed, but let's do order now again. So we are here, we have order with us. Okay, so the problem is that we don't have th object with us. So here what we need to do is okay, we have product with us, place order product. So few things are wrong here. Let's update it. So we need, first of all, we need here, let me close this, we need order name here as well. Okay, generated getter setters for this. Why do we need name? Because that is how you are going to display the name of that order, right? So we have name here now, and here we are getting name, here we will get price, and here we will get quantity. Alright, so when you come back to this controller, you will have price, you will have quantity, you will have name already there, amount will be set, user will be set, date will be set, and you will get the order with us. Now we have to run the application again because we need to update this table. So let's run our application and let's see what we have here in the DDL. So right click, properties, and here in the columns you see that we don't have name right now. Right now let's refresh this. Right click, properties, columns, and now you see name here. So one thing is done. Alright, now let's log in again. Search mouse, and order quantity is going to be 10. Okay, so now in the order you should have details. So see here you have name, you have quantity, you have price. Now you will generate total amount, which would be 1000. You will set that, you will set the user as well. So here if you see, the amount has been added. User is still null. Why is that? So the reason is that here we have user and we are not actually globally assigning anything. So that's the cause. So let's change this to user object. Alright. Now this should be user object. And here we will use user object. Oh, oops. We have to update these as well. Now let's log in again. Check this out, hopefully for the last time. Okay, object references for flushing. Okay, this is telling about user. Alright, so the good thing is that we got the error early, and the bad thing is that we cannot use this because this is not a good way, and we just found out about it. So when you have the user with you, so what we need to do is basically we need to figure out the user, not have the global variable as user. So like here, this is a good example. So here we need to pass along the ID of the user so that we can find the user object and not use the same user object. So in the buy product page, we have user object with us, and here when we actually post the request, we should have a hidden field or something to store this value. So let's add the user ID here. When you do that, you need to use it somewhere. So what happens is every time when you do so once you log in, then you go to this buy product page, and in the buy product page you will either go to this back or you will go to this. So this is the first step, right? So when you go to product search, in that case you need to provide the user ID as well. So how do we get that? So thing is, here you are fetching the name, right? Similarly you will also fetch the the user ID. So here we will have an input type as hidden, and here the name is going to be again user ID, and then we are going to use th value with user ID like this. Alright, now coming back here, like we are getting string name, we will also get string user ID. Also, this step is common in both of the if and else conditions, so let's do it here rather than doing it in both the steps. Alright, now we need to get the user object, so user service dot get user by ID and user ID. So this should be long. So if there is any issue casting from string to long, we will cast it. That's not an issue. This would be user equals to user, and here we will use user. Alrighty, one issue solved. Similarly, here we will also send user ID, and here also we will use this step. And cut this line from here, paste it here, and here we will say user, and this should be long. Alright, let it rerun. So this is in debug mode, so let's debug line by line. Alright, so login. When you log in, verify credentials, user object is this. You got the object with you, you added it, and you got the page with you. Now you search over mouse, you will come back to this controller. Here you have name and you have user ID. So this is the user which is actually trying to buy. Now you do everything whatever you can, then you get the user object and you pass it over to fetch the orders list. Give it back, you will see orders here. So there is no order, which is weird. I think it should have orders. Okay, yeah, it shouldn't, because the user ID is null right now, so there is no order with this user ID. So that sounds good. Now talking about place order, I'll do quantity as 10, order now. So do I have, okay, why am I missing this every time? So now for place order also you need a hidden input field. So let me copy this, and you need to provide this inside form. Now let's search mouse. Okay, let's try 10 here. Let's see if we have the user ID. It's null. Why is it null? So we have input field here, user ID. So the reason it is not working is that we are missing this easy peasy thing. So yeah, so here we don't have user. Okay, we have user, but you can easily use this as well. Let's do 10 here again. Order now. Oops, order has been placed. Did we miss the breakpoint? Yes, we did. Okay, never mind. Let's do this. Okay, so you got the user ID here. So the order is placed, but the bad thing is that I don't see the order list here. So it is going to buy products page, rather it should go to, do we have a get mapping for this? Oh no, we don't. So the URL didn't change. The order has been placed is good, but we don't see, and we won't because we are not sending the order list. Okay, let's go to, do we have order controller? Yes, we have. So what I will do is basically I will have a get mapping as well, because that's missing. Otherwise what you can do is there is easy way as well. The easy way is to pass this along to this page, but weird thing will be the URL will not change, which I don't want. So yeah, let's quickly create that page. Get mapping, and this will be user home. So here we are going to return this page, right? And here we will redirect to user home. Alright, now we need this. Line to be removed from here. You will get the user ID. So you need to find this. Okay, not like this, rather like this. Okay, so order list is going to be there. Now buy product page is going to be there. Now let's copy this, paste it here, paste it here. Now let's see, cross check everything. So this order list will be there with us, but are we passing? So from here also we need to pass the order ID. So how do we do that? Again, let's copy this line. Now let's save this. Now we need to do one more round of iteration. So yeah. Let's log in again. Oh, the given ID must not be null. So when we verify the credentials, so we are at this user login. No, we are at login page. No, we are at, we will come at user login, and let's add a breakpoint. Let's see what's going wrong. So you see user is empty. You have email and you have password, right? Now you verified, you got the user object, and you added the user dot. Okay, do we have the ID with us? Yes, we have the ID with us, 4. So you redirected it to this mapping. Now here you don't see. Okay, so this is the issue. So what I will do basically is I will use redirect attributes here. And instead of model, I will use redirect attributes. And same goes for this one, and I don't see model being used. Alright, so error. Now how do you fetch it? You simply use model attribute, or this is optional actually, or don't. User ID. So we got user ID. Now we need this error as well. So all right, so there you go. So here actually we can return the page itself. Okay, so the reason is so this URL will get changed after you place the order, right? So this one is okay, but at the end when you are done with the placement of order, then you want to redirect to user home. That's why it makes more sense to come here. Now when you do come here, you need orders list, which you have here, and you don't need any product list, which you have here, as in you don't need any product objects. So let me check if we have everything. No, we missed one thing, which is this. Now instead of redirect attributes, this will be model. Alright, let's save this. Now let's refresh. Password, and done verifying. Do we have user ID? We have user ID. Do we have error? We don't have any error, so it's empty. And this is model. Okay, so one condition that I just found is that this we need to add only if we have error. Alright, we will save this later. So now let's search for mouse. Okay, we don't have to, but see here we have the order with us, right? So if let's say I place order for keyboard now, why do we get new errors every time? What's the product name? Buy product page, buy product page. Oh, so sad right now. This is taking a lot of time. Okay, all right, log in again. Now search for keyboard. Okay, you got it. The price is 0. This should not be 0, but anyways, order now. Why didn't we get this error before? Why are we getting this error now? So the reason for this error is pretty simple. So here we are sending this to model, but when you go to this user home, you don't have the option to read these, right? You can only use model attribute. So how do we fix this is so you have user ID, you have message attribute, message success. So we will use, first of all, we will replace this with redirect attributes, and then we will use this here like this, and you don't read message success here, so we will need to read that. So let's copy the name. Alright, so if you will use the same condition here, Alright, now let's save this. Okay, now we don't see any errors for now. Let's log in. Okay, so let's remove the breakpoint from here. Why do we have this success option here? Okay, let's add the breakpoint here. Let's see what's going wrong here. So message success is empty. Okay, why are we seeing this here then? Alright, so let's ignore this for now, and let's get some products. I want to see if this is working perfectly fine or not, otherwise I cannot sleep peacefully. Okay, so let's update this to 10. Okay, now let's do keyword again, and let's do 10. The order has been placed, and here we have product price. This should be okay. Yeah, this is good. Product price, product quantity is 10, 100. Yeah, this is good. Okay, so one thing is working now. When we were creating the user, then the password was not getting saved, right? So let's fix that. Now let's get some admins. Let's see what we have here. So we only have one admin for now. Alright, password is QWERTY. What? Admin homepage.html. Okay, seems there is some typo, and we are getting the error on name, order.user.name. So this is happening because for some orders we have this as null. So let's fix that, otherwise this issue will happen again. So this should be deleted, and this should be deleted. So yeah, this is working. You see the username here, right? You have products, you have users, you have admins. So let's try with admin first. Let's use my name, ps, add admin, and let's see if we have the password here. So this is your admin, you have the password. Now for user, let's try my name again. Okay, now let's see if we have password in users. Okay, we have. I think there was some issue. Maybe back then we did not had the password name attribute mapped in the UI. Maybe that is why this is happening. But right now this is working. So if I try to log in with my name, okay, we have a breakpoint here. So this is working, and let's try to log in with my name in admin as well, and I'm able to log in. So yeah, this is what I needed to do in this, and this is it. This is the e-commerce website. So let's do a walk around. So this is the home page. As you can see here, if you click on home, you will also come here. About us is going to look like this. You have products. Right now you cannot add any because for this you need to log in. You cannot even buy because for that also you need to log in. Now we have a contact us page. You can send us a message using this send message. When you log in, you can try to log in, as I can try right now. So I'm logged in as admin. I can try to add an admin. I can try to add a user. I can do that for product as well. And these are the orders that have been placed currently, and I can log in as user as well. So users view is different. Here we don't have much option, but we can search for the product like mouse. You can try to provide the quantity and click on order now, then you will have that order here. So let's see if I do this, order has been placed, and you can see it here. So yeah, so this is what I wanted to showcase in this big video. It took a lot of time for me to make this video, and thank you for being patient if you are watching till now. Thank you so much. I hope that you have liked this video. If you have any questions, do let me know in the comment section. The code for this is going to be in my GitHub repository. The link is in the video description, and I hope that we will meet in some other video. Till then, stay happy, keep learning, and subscribe to my channel.